What's up, guys? How we doing? Morning. Right, let's have a look. Morning, Yaz. How's it going, bro? Did you trade yesterday? I didn't see you about yesterday, Yaz. Were you trading? Did you? Hey, yeah. Was that your last day? Is it your last day this week? Was this your last week? What's the story, mate? When did you finally quit? I swear you handed in your notice like a month ago. Training a replacement. What are you teaching him to do? How to hand in his resignation in a month. So this is what you do, mate. You learn how to trade. You take a couple of months' salary, and then you fill out this form and you hand it in and you quit. All right, that's what you do. That's my training. Done, dusted. Keeping the good stuff for yourself. Yaz doesn't believe in no life of abundance. Every man for himself in Yaz's world. Get some! Good for you, Yaz, mate. Are you taking another job, or are you full time giving yourself a break, a period of time to get it sussed? I've just taken absolute beauty of a trade, by the way. Where am I at? It's a more chill job, 97 from home. Oh, nice. So I can actually be on the... Oh, good stuff, mate. Well done. Good shit. So I just took a trade. Went short. So for those of you who utilise ICT's Reaper, the Reaper fair value gap, I very rarely use it, but when it's highly probable, then I'll take it. Morning, Marius. Good to see you, bro. How you been? All bisto. By the way, does anybody have an issue? And can anyone talk me through if you have? I have an ATM strat, right? Which is split. So my stop losses are the same, but my TPs are split. But sometimes it fixes the TP together, and I can't split those contracts for the life of me. And it's frustrating because this trade right now, I wanted to take a partial off and the whole run is to take out the Asia low. But because I couldn't split the contracts, I've just had to close the position. Does anyone know how to do that? And you can't just right click and add order, whatever it is. You can't do that. It doesn't work. I've tried it. So if anyone's got a solution for that, hit me up. Because it's annoying. Alright, can't swear on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? So if anyone's got a solution for that, please let me know. That'd be really appreciated. Oi. Yeah, I'll just die quietly, guys. I'll just die quietly. So my trade this morning was using oh yeah, fuck me, the Reaper fair value gap, right? And so for this is when you have a high which has been turtle suited into a higher time frame PD array, premium PD array, and in this instance we have this breaker block on the hourly on NQ, right? So this dipped into the hourly order block. So the Reaper is not actually this fair value gap. The Reaper is this fair value gap. So this is where I went short, and I was going to parlay in if it decided to wick up into that fair value gap. So reason being why I was looking specifically at this order block is a 15-to-1, right? So we have the buy side into this higher time frame PD array, the breaker block. So the sweeper buy side closes below. So the very next set of candles, you look for a 1 minute fair value gap inside of a premium. Okay, so what did you have inside of a premium which you could frame an entry short on? Where you had this Reaper, the Reaper fair value gap, right? And then you also had this 1 minute fair value gap in a premium. So I decided to go in off the Reaper for this reason, in case it just dumped early with limit sales set in here to parlay in. And it was framed on the basis that obviously we had this breaker block on the high, but if we look at this low here, we have a divergence on the higher time frame low. And as you know, if I'm looking for high prices, I'm always going to want NQ to do the turtle suiting, always. So if NQ is not doing the turtle suiting, I'm automatically looking towards lows. So if we look at this candle right here, which is 8 o'clock, and for those of you who were on yesterday, this was my draw on liquidity yesterday, right? I didn't actually get to take any of this trade short. I traded long all yesterday. But my target yesterday, if you remember from early on in the morning, was a Wednesday retracement. In the weekly profile of a Wednesday retracement, right? So Monday, I wanted Tuesday to set the low of the week. And for a Wednesday pullback. We didn't get a Tuesday low of the week on Tuesday. On ES, we did on NQ, right? So then in the weekly profiles, looking for a Wednesday pullback, and that's what we achieved yesterday. And this was the low I was looking to take out yesterday, if you remember, right? We didn't actually take it out on NQ, but if we go across to ES, what did ES do? ES absolutely blitzed that low, right? So this is the exact same low. Is it? Pretty sure I'm right. Tuesday 23rd at 8 o'clock. Tuesday 23rd at 8 o'clock, right? This low. So ES has taken that low, right? NQ has not taken that low. So we have a divergence on this low, on this higher time frame low. So I'm ultimately looking for NQ to drive and take this low out. So with that being my draw on liquidity, and also with the fact that we've still got the Asia low intact, and if we go across to ES, ES also has its Asia low intact. I was looking for an entry inside this breaker block for a short, right? Also coinciding that we have news at 8:30. Okay, so with news at 8:30, you're going to be using that as your volatility driver, right? So after a huge range day yesterday, we're more likely to get chop. It's going to take news to punch you through higher time frame dealing ranges. So all of that's context, right? So if you have a breaker block, which is a higher time frame PD array, which prevents price moving back up into a premium, right? So mid block, breaker block, that's essentially your line in the sand, right? Then for me, it's going to take news to punch it through that. You know, after a huge range day, it's unlikely we're going to get price, you know, jaunting through this breaker block with no news. So again, context. So inside of the schematic where we have Asia low still in place, Asia high. So what's taken place here? Well, the Asia high is being tagged. Then we've got the Asia low intact. So looking at this as a Asia London session Judas to go and run out the Asia low. Chow with me. So where's my trade? So that's my trade. Nothing too sexy. I wanted to hold a run. Let's go take out the low. But yeah, little $400 to start the day. Can't complain.
Becomes harder to hide from.
All right, in on that Reaper. Going to parlay in on that 15 to 1. Looking to drive out the Asian low. Partials en route. So what I've done here is I'm looking at this. If you're wondering what these are, this is the 15-minute dealing range flipped. All right, so if you're in search and destroy, this is what I do. I flip usually the 15-minute DR over. Right, so this high, this protected high, which put in the low. This 15-minute dealing range, I'll just flip it over. And price is more likely in search and destroy just to move between, guess what? Discount, premium. Fair value, premium. Fair value, premium, discount. Just chop. So if you go to a 1 minute, you know this is classic search and destroy, right? Engineer liquidity, go tag an order block, go run liquidity, tag an order block, go run liquidity. So, you know, there's every possibility this goes and climbs all the way back up into this fair value gap now. Runs into this order block before running lower again, right? Search and destroy. Tesla didn't really do much yesterday, did it? On its earnings, it didn't have a massive dump. Thought it was going to shit the bed yesterday. So for I'm looking at 180 on Tesla. I might buy some just straight up stocks of Tesla if it gets down to 180, which is essentially a mitigation of this range. I want Tesla to take out this low. Get to 180, and I'll just accumulate some stocks. As much some shares of it. So here on the daily. So yeah, that's my plan at the moment, just looking to run out the Asia low on NQ. But remember, we're search and destroy, which is clearly what we're in. Right, you want to be entering at the extremes, right? You definitely do not want to be entering at a fair value of a higher time frame dealing range. Okay, so this 15-minute dealing range, we are bang slap at 50%. Right, this is not where you want to be entering. Right, if you're going to be entering, you want to be entering at the highs and lows. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out. But at the moment, just looking to run out the Asia lows. So at the moment with the divergences, we have a divergence on the highs and lows with NQ and ES. So it's this low that I'm focused on. Sorry, this high. This high which NQ's already taken. So NQ doesn't need to take this high. It's just ES ideally wanted to take that high for NQ to go run this low. So what I normally do in these scenarios is I play the opposite. I play whatever one gets tagged first, I'll go and play the other. And so if NQ comes down and tags this low, I'll be looking for ES to come and take out this high. Or alternatively, ES takes this high, NQ doesn't need to take out that high, and then NQ runs this low. So at the moment we're in no man's land. 50% of the dealing range in no man's land with SMT on the high and low. Certainly not high probability. So that's the 547. So you've got a double bottom on the low. You've got NQ turtle suiting. $508, $519. So same is true as same is true with YM. YM still got that divergence on the high tag as well. What's up, guys? I'm back. A bit of a dead morning this morning. Bit of a dead day this morning. Let's have a look at this trade that I took yesterday. Last price is doing nothing.
When you get your next big idea, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence.
Morning, X mate. T, would you consider trading long if 3am lows on NQ were taken but the Asia low is still left open? So for me at the moment, let's have a look at the 3am lows. No, I wouldn't. Round ones. Basically, you got to go up the height. You got to go up the time frame, right? You got to go up the time frame. Today's a tricky day. I'll be honest with you, it is a tricky day. I've still got arguments for price to move north, but fundamentally at the moment, we have this low from yesterday, this hourly low. So if you look at Tuesday 8 p.m. candle on ES, right? It's this candle. So ES is driven through that. NQ has not. So ultimately I'd want to see NQ take out this low, which is the low down at 4 o'clock. So I'd be very, very hesitant trading this long out of here. You've also got, you got this higher time frame breaker block. You know, this hourly breaker block on NQ, which is what I traded this morning. So ultimately, I'm looking for price to go and drive out the Asia low. That's currently what I'm looking at. But obviously, we're in search and destroy. So what I've done is I've just flipped. Yeah, exactly. So the entry I took round ones was a Reaper. I very rarely use it, but when it's that obvious, I'll take it. So my entry wasn't actually inside this fair value gap, obviously, because it didn't get there. So I took a Reaper entry, which is this fair value gap. All right, so that was my entry short this morning, and I couldn't split my contract, so I basically closed my position. But also I'm looking to go drive out the Asia low. So yes, this is you're absolutely right, 100% with the 15 to 1, and it could absolutely still get up there, right? It could definitely still get up there. So there's your 15-minute high, closes below. Look for a 1 minute fair value gap and a premium. So I essentially entered in here, and I was going to parlay in here if it decided to wick up into it. It didn't do that, right? So I just entered in here, and it ultimately just ran. But yeah, 15 to 1 is definitely on the cards inside this higher time frame breaker block, right? With a divergence on the low. So if we go to the SMT chart, okay, so you got this divergence on the high. ES is still yet to take this high. NQ took that high, right? So NQ doesn't need to take this high because it's that high we're referencing, right? Does that make sense? But ES still has a divergence on the high, and then we have a divergence on the low. You see this divergence right here. So ES and YM are both taking it, NQ hasn't. So we have a divergence on the low and the high. So when it's like this, what I usually do is wait for one to get tagged to play the other. In an ideal scenario, I'd want to see ES tag the high to then go and run the low. So at the moment, I'm just completely sat still. Right, so where I entered was right here. I was anticipating ES just to do this. It didn't do that. So it's still open. But NQ doesn't need to take that high. So what I did is, if you look at this, if you go to your 15-minute chart, so in search and destroy, this is what I do. So my 15-minute range. And price just bounces between a premium discount in search and destroy, right? So if you're going to be entering, you want to be entering inside of a premium, taking price out the lows, taking partials at fair value at a discount, also be driving out the lows if you believe the draw on liquidity is the low, right? Alternatively, if you believe the draw on liquidity is the highs, you start accumulating down here to go and drive out the highs, right? But what you don't want to be doing is entering around fair value. which is essentially where we are right now. This is just absolute no man's land. So if you want to be entering short, you enter in at the highs to drive out the lows, and vice versa, not at 50%. You never enter at 50% in search and destroy, ever. Sitting still is not my strength, but to be fair, it would be the same principle as taking the repo. Yeah. You know, so you combine it all together, you've got a higher time frame breaker block, which as we know is at the high of a PDRA matrix, which prevents price moving higher, right? That and a MIT block. But in this instance, you had a breaker block. You're in the context that you have a high impact news event coming out at 8:30. So you're going to be using the 8:30 news driver to drive price through a dealing range, right? So you're anticipating search and destroy ahead of that because we had such a large range day in yesterday's PM. So it's likely to consolidate. So whether we get accumulation, so this is reaccumulation essentially, manipulation for distribution, or we get a full-blown retracement, right? So that's what's on the cards at the moment, right? We're just bang slap in the middle of accumulation. So search and destroy. So that's your context, right? And then you need to play into the fact that we have higher time frame divergences on the lows. We've got SMT on the lower time frames as well. Right, this is all starting to pay into directional bias. And then it's a case of just deploying your tactics for search and destroy. Easy. 15-minute dealing range. So this protected high, which put in this low, that's now your 15-minute dealing range. You want to be looking for a turtle suit on the highs. So whether you got in here, inside the breaker block, whether you got there on your mitigation on the lower time frames, inside this premium range to go and take price down to fair value, down to a discount, to go and take out those lows, right? So you've now just gone from context down to market structure. But then also if you play into schematics, right? So how I trade every day is context, schematics, time, entry, exit. So we've gone through context. Next step would be a schematic. So your schematic is you've got the Asia low still intact and you've got the Asia high. So what has price done? So it's ran the Asia high. So what is that? That's an Asia to London session Judas. So you'd anticipate price to go and run the low, right? Even if price continues and just melts from here, or whether it reverses is irrelevant, right? This is your Asia to London session Judas. So there's your schematic, right? That's your schematic in play. Context schematic, entry, Reaper, market structure, higher time frame premium in search and destroy, right? London lows, yeah, absolutely. Your divergence is down there. It's down at 321. That's your 305. Sorry. Which is your London low. But I just don't get involved when price is at 50% in search and destroy of a higher time frame dealing range. I don't go near it. So that's my trade this morning. Tiny little 10 handle scout. Wanted to hold a run. I couldn't split this contract on Ninja. Rodrigo. Hey TradeX. Nasdaq is too manipulated this day's better trade. Forex must say. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so, gringo. Maybe so, brother. But I don't trade forex. I stick to my poison, broski. I'm a trader junkie who sticks to his poisons. Good luck's not needed, broski. Just skill. That's all you need. Just a bit of skill. Skill and a bit of patience. That's all you need. Skill and a bit of patience. People get scared of search and destroy. I literally do not get scared of search and destroy. Search and destroy is actually is some of my favorite price action. Like, this freaks most people out. It does not freak me out. Let's be absolutely clear. I absolutely love this price action. So the key is knowing how to trade it, and that's where a lot of people stumble. They don't know how to trade search and destroy. And trading search and destroy is as so easy once you know how. It really is. See if I can find. So let's bring this in. This is my. This is from Red Pill Uni. Inside the Discord. So this is essentially how you trade search and destroy. It's very, very simple. But once you get an idea of it, it's very, very simple. And there's more complicated versions of it, but this is the most simplified version. Right? So, note the previous range on the left of your screen, right? Highs of the range are forming a short-term premium. So, okay, we're looking at the highs on the 15-minute. Daily bias is irrelevant. It is in search and destroy. You're just looking to use the most relevant high time frame range, 15-minute. Here we're waiting for search and destroy conditions, right? We know what search and destroy conditions are after a huge range day. If we're anticipating a high impact news event, weekly profiles, all that fun jazz, right? All that stuff that's inside the uni. And then we're essentially playing liquidity tag. Okay, so we're looking for engineered liquidity on both sides of the market. And what will happen, price is going to go run into a fair value gap before tagging liquidity on the low. It will tag another order block and it will go and run the high. And then you hold runners to go run out the direction ultimately which you believe price is going to drive through. Okay, so if we look at price action today, where's the liquidity? Where's the liquidity that's been engineered? Right here. Okay, so what you're looking for is price to go back up into premium of what? This dealing range, right? This most relevant higher time frame dealing range. So this one right here, this protected high, which put in this low, this 15-minute dealing range. And then you flip the dealing range over, discount premium. So you're looking for order blocks, fair value gaps inside of a premium. And for price to turtle suit a high to then go run out liquidity on the low. And then what price is going to go and do, it'll go and find an order block on the low. And more often than not, it'll go run the high again. Or you get in on the high, you pay yourself, and you hold runners to take terminus. And if it comes and stops you out, that's lamb to slaughter, right? That's how I trade search and destroy. You are literally playing liquidity tag off order blocks. So in this instance, we had inside of a premium, I was going to parlay in on this order block here. Okay, so when this high, if it ran that high into this order block, right, into this fair value gap, which is exactly what this is, right, in search and destroy. Okay, into the bearish 1 min on the high, right, run this high, parlay in. The reason why I got in here early and to parlay in here is because we had a Reaper fair value gap, right? This Reaper fair value gap. So this is where I entered in. I was going to parlay in additional entries here to go and take out this liquidity. Where's liquidity? This liquidity here, right? The engineered liquidity on the low. It's the easiest fucking thing to do in the world if you know how to trade it. And then you just need to apply some context over the top of it, right? So why is this high relevant? Why would this high remain in place? Well, it's inside of a high time frame breaker block on the hourly. It's inside of a 15-minute dealing range premium after turtle suiting this high. It's engineered liquidity on the low inside of search and destroy, right? Context. So as I've just mentioned, what's price going to do? Run down to an order block on the low. What's it likely to do? Go and run the high. This is easy search and destroy. It's easy, easy, easy. You just got to know how to trade it. And if you hold runners, you just hold runners, go and take out the low. So if you're in up here, your stop's above that high. You've paid yourself underneath this liquidity, right? The majority of your position comes off on that order block or on this liquidity, if you want to do that, which is what I did, right? You're just holding runners because ultimately you got this divergence on the low. So if you want to go and hold runners, take Asian low, do that, right? But you got to anticipate price may do that on you.
Fox, I was gonna.
Make sense? But once you know how to trade it, it really is easy. But people get scared of it, and there's no reason to. Good stuff, Andy, mate. No worries. But the reason why price is doing this right here is because we're at 50% of this higher time frame dealing range, right? So in search and destroy, where you do not enter is in here. You just do not enter in that area. You are just liquidity. That's what you are, right? If you enter inside that range, you are liquidity. So if you did not get in on this high, you just have to learn to be patient and sit on your hands. You do not chase price. You do not try and chase this through this low. It's low probability. You want to be up here, up here, up here. If you're going long, you want to be down here, down here, down here. Not in here.
Lock in your holiday with a £0 deposit. TUI, live happy.
Morning, AC, mate. I'm over on YouTube if anyone wants to join from RP. So ES is like the cleanest one to trade search and destroy, right? Order block. Liquidity, fair value gap, liquidity, order block. So you tell me. If that's not exactly what you see. It's how you trade it. It's how you trade it. Liquidity tag, play off an order block, tag liquidity. Simple. Simple, mate. So just chopping around 50% at this dealing range at the moment. Already taking my trade, so just sat still at the moment. If anyone's got any questions or if there's a certain topic you want to go over, feel free to reach out. We can go through it. More than welcome. More than welcome to go through some stuff as we sit here in patience. So we can talk about this trade I took yesterday. I think it's probably worthwhile going through it. So this is the trade I took yesterday, right? 11.16. And so people don't often use this, but if you follow me as a trader, you'll know that I use the 15-second chart a lot. And the 15-second chart can give you a lot of confidence. Okay, so for those inside Red Pill, we took this trade yesterday, and I'll break down exactly how we took it, which was inside here, right? Right inside here. So first and foremost, you need to understand what a protected low, protected high is. So this is your protected low. When it put in this high on the 15-minute chart, right? Okay, and we still had objectives to take out the high, and it was a standard deviation projection, right? So we had reason for price to move the high, but I can show you how to do low-hanging fruit objectives. Okay, so right here, that is your dealing range. Okay, so you can place your fib across this range. And what you're looking for is price to get back down into fair value or a discount of that dealing range, right? So you can see how we got back down to fair value, dipped down into 62% of this dealing range. So in here, it's being supported by this order block, right? What validates this as a high probability order block? Well, if we have a fair value gap. So you have an order block and a fair value gap validates a high probability order block, okay? No fair value gaps, low probability. It's just what you have to remember. It's a very, very simple rule, but if you remember that, it will keep you out of a lot of bad trades, right? So if you see an order block with a displacement, but you have fair value gaps, that sets up a high probability order block, especially if you have high time frame targets which are still yet to be achieved, and you also have price coming back down into a discount for price to continue higher, right? The reason why this high for me was not the high of the day at this point in time was because it formed at 10:45. 10:45 for me is just nothing. It's nothing in terms of setting a high of day, right? If you're looking for a London close reversal, it would form around 11:30. If you're looking for a New York AM session reversal, it would take place before or just at the start of the London kill zone, the London close kill zone, right? So if you were looking for a high to form on the day, you'd anticipate it to form here, right? Or here. Okay, certainly not at 10:45, or you'd expect it at 2 or around 3, right? So for me, at 10:45, just in terms of pure context, this wasn't a higher day. We also had a standard deviation target up at 88, right? I'm not going to go through standard deviations today, but ultimately you just need to know that we had to draw liquidity to take out the high. So right here, we're now anticipating and looking to frame a trade on the lower time frame. So if we go to the 1 minute, what you're looking for? Well, ultimately you're looking for a sweep of liquidity, right? You always want some form of sweep of liquidity. And at the low, you're always looking for exactly the same thing. You're looking for this to take place on the low. If you do not see that, you do not enter. Every single time you will see that on the low. Every single time. And on the high, you'll see that, okay? On the high and low, every single time you'll see that, right? So you have it here. Right, and on the low, every single time before you get when you get a change in state of delivery, every single time. Okay, so right here you had the sweep of liquidity, boom, taking out these relatively equal lows here into 62% of that higher time frame dealing range, the 15-minute dealing range, supported by this order block. Hello. With a draw on liquidity on the high. So now we can start looking at, okay, well, what could we utilize to get in here? So some people may have purely gone off a return to, right, 62%. But what's to say 62% was enough? Who's to say it wasn't going to come down to 79%, right? Why specifically this order block right here? Well, first and foremost, you need to understand what mitigation is, right? So this is mitigating a range. So this high and this low, when we broke out, this range here is left unmitigated. So when price comes back here to 50%, guess what? We are mitigating this range. That is very different to return to. A return to OTE would be this range, right? That is your return to leg. This low to this high. But mitigation is the break of structure. So that range. So price comes back to 50% of this break of structure, but also comes back to 62% of the return leg, okay? Confluences. Now, if we go down to a 15-second chart, which is the time frame I take my entries on, and we go across to yesterday. So this is a 15-second chart. What time was that entry? It's around here, wasn't it? Okay, so what do we have? What do we have right here? Who can tell me what this is? What's that on the 15-second chart? Which is this fractal, right? This fractal right here. So most people who just trade the 1 minute won't know what that is. It just looks like a couple of down close candles and we have this fair value gap. I'm entering on the fair value gap. But on the 15-second chart, what is that? What's this candle right here? Anybody on YouTube? This candle right here, what is it?
When you and the team are pitching a new product, Grammarly's tone suggestions can offer a more personal
Anybody?
approach to win over a big client. Make a big impact on your
Talk to myself.
business. Grammarly.
Another one of those days?
Download Grammarly today.
No, it's not a propulsion block, no. It's not the Judas swing, no. So you have this low, high, lower low into that higher time frame order block at 62% of the 15-minute dealing range. So what would this be? This candle right here. What validates that? What is that? Think PDRA matrix. Breaker. Yeet. Okay. So this is a breaker. So you have a breaker block on your 15-second chart. How can we make that breaker block even more snazzy? What can we do to it? What makes a breaker block even more highly probable? Right, so a BISSY. So what would that be called? Yeah, but put it together. A breaker block and a fair value gap is a what? Unicorn. Right? Unicorn. So this is our breaker block on the 15 seconds. And we have this little fair value gap. So what do we now have? We now have a unicorn on the 15-second chart. So that is what's giving you the context on the lower time frame to support 62%, because on the 15 seconds you have a 15-second unicorn. Okay. So my entry yesterday was in the formation of that, and not being worried every time price came back down here, because we were going back into that unicorn, right? Got stopped out initially, got back in, right? So in terms of targets, right? How can you pick low hanging fruit? Okay, it's all well and good getting in, but how do I know where to get out? So the easiest thing you can do, if you are anticipating price to go and drive out of a high, right? So if you're anticipating price to go drive out high, in order to take low hanging fruit objectives, all you need to do is come over to that same higher time frame dealing range that you're working within. Okay, so this is 62%, this is fair value, and also 62% of this 1 minute dealing range, right? All you have to do is flip this dealing range over. So this higher time frame dealing range. So what you do, you take a partial here. You can take a partial there at 70.5, and you can take a partial there. Just flip that dealing range over and just use the inverse. So 62% on the premium, 70.5 on the premium, 79 on the premium. Right? So going from 60 to basically going from a discount to a premium on that 15-minute dealing range. That is how you that's how you could take really low hanging fruit objectives. Right? Make sense? Which is essentially what I did. Right? 79.62. Right? Oh, I hate when it does that. Sorry guys, one sec. So all my pages have just collapsed, one sec. I think we're there. No, we've got one more. Right, sorry about that. Okay, makes sense. So if where's it gone? So 1950, 39. 62, 79. They are my scale outs on that trade. Getting in here, scaling out here, scaling out here. But if you're not using the lower time frame, you should be. Provides a lot more context for your 1 minute chart. 1 second. You're welcome, Yaz. So for those of you on earlier, what we were saying about search and destroy. Order block on the low. Tag liquidity. Look for the order block on the low. Price is likely to go and run liquidity on the high, even if it's this liquidity, right? This is search and destroy. So we've still got that divergence on the high with ES. We've still got a divergence on the low. Just need to be mindful of that. What I like to do is wait for one to get tagged and play the other. Morning, Jamal. Sorry, those guys who are on Discord, I'm inside YouTube today. So if you want to join me over there, you can do. So back at 50% of this range on the 15-minute. No man's land. De nada. I really want to speak to KSS today, because I think he was saying he's got to 2,600, right? On Apex, but he's only traded 5 days. So I want to see where his mindset's at. I want to know if he's over 2.6 or he's bang on 2.6. So if he's bang on 2.6, he's still got to trade 5 days. Which means he has to be green again. That's got to be like the worst thing. Being right on the amount you need, but not having the trading days. I mean, if you're on like 2.620 or 2.630, it's easy. You know, you can just trade the just go trade the micros for those days or whatever. But being bang on 2.6, I wonder if he's bang on 2.6 or not. I was also just reading the rules of the Traders World Cup. I don't know. It seems like it's open for fuckery, if I'm honest with you.
I don't really even know where to begin. Really, what to do. No matter what I do, every time I get ahead, it's like I go back.
So I thought you would have to. It's 10k flat. Everyone puts in the same amount, right? And whether it's all using the same broker or whatever, whether it was their own in-house broker or something along those lines. And it was a level playing field, but it's not that at all. Okay, so you can essentially use any broker. And you can start with any amount. It doesn't have to be 10,000. Like, you can start with 50,000. And so it's based on your net win, right? So your net percentage. So if you start with a 50k account and you make 100k, you've made 100% gain, right? If you have a $10,000 account and you make 20 grand, you've got 100% gain. So you're exactly the same. You'd be joint first, right? If that was the highest. But, and I guess I'm okay with that, because you're going to trade different commodities and different indices or what have you. It's a slight disadvantage, I think, if you have a lower pot, because you can take more size with a bigger pot, and you can scale out, whereas you can't really do that with a $10,000 pot. So I just don't think that's entirely fair. For example, if you trade ES, I trade AS, I start with a 50k account, you start with a 10k account, I'm going to grow quicker than you are. because I can trade a different strategy. You know, I can scale out and stuff. So I don't. It's not really a level playing field. And then other than that, it's like you can have multiple accounts, and they literally just take the highest account that you submit. So as long as you pay a minimum 10,000 per account, they'll track that account on your behalf. So you could literally have 5 10k accounts and blow 4 of them, and just go wild on one of them, and it happens to be successful. I think that's sus. So, and basically they don't. You don't have to show. You don't have to show which account either. So basically, what happens is you register, and if you have multiple accounts, you just register the multiple accounts, and they literally just take the highest account with the highest net gain and use that on your behalf. So if you've got like 5 accounts, they'll just use the highest net gain. So if any of these, so if like IC Master, whatever his name is, and ICT or whoever else is in it, you know, you don't know if they've got 5 accounts, 6 accounts, 10 accounts, 20 accounts that they're just cycling through. So unless they're like super transparent and they say this is the account number that I'm using from start to finish, for me it's basically like prop firm trading. You know, it's just a bit brouhaha. Yeah, it's just my 2 cents on it. No, I didn't join this year. My focus is on Red Pill and basically growing the old YouTube and that sort of stuff. I'm not really into that. I might do 1 year, but I can't. If I do that, I'll be taking a complete year out. Like I'll just be focusing on myself and literally just focusing on trading. You know, streaming and running YouTube and running Red Pill, doing all of that, whilst trying to win a World Cup of trading. It's just spinning too many plates. So my focus this year is just to get Red Pill Uni finished, which is a big old body of work. Nope. No way at all. Unless they themselves want to share that information. No, so you have to register. So you have to register through them, right? You have to register through them, and you have to pay a minimum 10,000, which they then validate. But you can have multiple accounts with them, and they just take the highest. You can't just use a random P&L. Like you have to pay them 10k. But there's nothing stopping you doing like 5 accounts with them, for example. There's nothing stopping that. Yeah, I find it all a bit weird. So how about that? How about that? Oh yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? So if you wanted, you could have traded off that order block on the low. Take this buy side. I don't know what YM's up to. YM's having a right melt. I'm not re-entering here. I want to see ES take the high. It's like catching up on a low that it was already taken. So. Did anyone have an order sat in that fair value gap just out of interest? Ramums, you were looking at it, weren't you, mate? You were higher, were you? Were you looking at a fill? 45. You gotta love it. I'll be careful. I just want ES is the one that I want to see take the high. That's the only thing. So I mean, the only thing with ES is that it's filled this SIBI intermediate term high. If we melt from here, it's basically showing extreme weakness, right? Can't even get back up into a premium of this dealing range. So you've double bottomed on ES, right? And NQ on the hourly is total suited that low. So if you look at the 5 and 6 candles, 5 and 6. So I'd be very, very careful. I'm trying to short NQ again. I don't want to see ES drive up here first. Right, back in 2 secs. Yes, flatline, maybe. Your LS or your SL? Oh, there we go. I mean, the trade idea is there. It's just very, very high risk, right? It's just very, very high risk. It's low probability in that sense, right? Only because of ES not taking this high out. But what ES has in its favour is that it's an intermediate terminal high with this filling this hourly SIBI. They're all over the shop at the moment. YM long's probably your best bet. Morning, brother Free. How you been, bro? Been real estate only, getting my bag up. I'll be back in 6 months or so. Good stuff, brother Free, man. I can't remember. You doing the same thing as Yaz? You like just brokering? If you want any help with real estate, mate, give me a shout. It's obviously my my bag, that. So if you want help with anything, just let me know. You should speak to Yaz, brother Free. He literally sources property for that sort of stuff. Where's Yaz at? Yaz, are you still here? There you go, you got a connection. I don't know, where are you based, brother Free? If you're in Florida, Yaz is your guy. Yaz is your guy. Gonna get that kid on there getting some stuff for me soon. When he finally breaks away and goes solo. Yeah, I know. You're so close, but so far. I don't know. Message us on Facebook or something, bro. Where are you based? Washington DC. Yeah, it might be a bit far. That might be a bit of a stretch. Come on, ES, go take that high. We know where you're going, mate. YM's one that's got a lot of legwork. Yaz, reach out to Brother Freedom. There you go. If I ain't taken it yet. Not yet.
When you get your next big idea, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get your team on board.
Already following methods.
Grammarly makes all the difference in your professional success. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
Sorry, I was doing some other stuff. Right, one and done. Entered at 48.99 on the 1 minute beer. Cheers, it's off lunch and some haggis pie. Haggis pie, eh? Haggis. 48.99. Where did you enter? 48.99. Ah, on ES. Good stuff. Haggis pie, that is random, Maisie, mate. Right into the higher the order into the breaker block. So the only thing with ES is you got this intermediate term high on ES, right? That's the only thing. So look. But enjoy, Ainsley, mate. Enjoy. Make sure you have a side of ketchup with that. Right back in a sec. Sheesh. You're welcome, Ed. You're welcome, brother. If you have any questions about anything, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself. So if you have any questions, you want to go over anything, just let me know. I want to see NQ run out this divergence on this low. That's what I'm after. I just want NQ to run out this goddamn low. So the reason why ES, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of, you know, playing liquidity either side, right? What have we done? Go and tag liquidity into this order block to run the low. But we also have this divergence on the high. But what's protecting that high is the hourly intermediate term high. Okay. So it's sketchy price action at the moment. There's a divergence on the high, but it's been protected by an intermediate term high. We've got a divergence on the low with NQ. So currently there's a divergence on the high and the low. Not ideal. The way I play that is I wait for one to get tagged and I play the other. This is right down to a 5-minute discount DR, right? So this low is putting this high, is your 5-minute dealing range. Back down to a discount. So if you weren't anticipating that high to get ran, you'd flip this over, right? And that price has gone from a discount back up into a premium on the higher time frame, on the 5-minute. If you were looking for this low to get broken. And look for PDRAs inside of a premium where price could reject.
Creating your first video? You should start with the music. Go to artlist.io and get high quality music and sound effects for
Andy, are you here? Is Andy still? Oh no, he's dipped, isn't he? What an unbelievably bad day to come on stream on YouTube. I mean, look at that. 97 to 94. 6-handle range. Over 5 hours. Ay, 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 ay. All expected though. All anticipated. But Tuesday, Thursdays are my stream days on YouTube. So whether it's a good day, whether it's a bad day, I'll be here. La 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 la. Alright, what can I do while I'm sat here? Let's do something else. Alright, let's do some work. Let's do some work that I actually need to do. Nothing to do that.
Creating your first video? You should start with the music. Go to artlist.io and get high quality music and sound effects for any type of video you want to create. For example, let's make it intense. Feeling sexy? Now, epic. Just maybe close the door before you start shooting. Get unlimited downloads, a license that fits all your creative needs, and perfect for every platform. Go to Artlist now and start creating without limits.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sculpture, the power of a smooth, clean shave in the palm of your hand.
Sculpture.
Head to ensure no nicks or scuffs. All this in a smoothly shaven head in just 90 seconds. Be smooth with the Pickle Skull Shape.
ES is still not taking that high, bro. No, sir. Let's see if NQ wants to go on a little dumpy dump here. A little dump skis. We've got divergences literally all over the shop going on here. We've got another one that's formed here. So I just want to see if this turtle suit here can get us to take out this low. We've got news at 8:30 today, so just be mindful of that, guys. Just be mindful of news at 8:30. They're going to use the volatility from the news to drive the market today, so be careful. So advanced GDP and unemployment claims. That was a quick demolish of the haggis pie, Ains, mate. No breathing. Didn't even breathe when he ate it. Where was it from? Haggis pie, that sounds good. Haggis! Cafe downstairs. Yeah. Was that the receptionist's recommendation, Ains? Just out of interest. Oh, Ainsley, have you tried the haggis pie? Take my money. Take my money. Take it now. Not this time. Not this time. She ain't playing those tricks again. She ain't getting you this time. She's got shares in that calf, Ains. She's got shares in that calf. Just be careful. Oh, have you tried our gold flake cupcakes? You know, $40 a pop. They're amazing. Grandmoms, I looked at the rankings of this Trading World Cup. Crazy! Only one guy managed to make more than 100% net profit over the time of last year's competition. And for this year competition, there are already 2 guys with more than 9% trading jump first. Yeah, that's the question. That's the question you got to ask yourself. How many accounts you got hiding? You got to remember, it's averaged out across the year, though, right? So might have a good start, but there's bound to be drawdowns at some point. I'd like to see 28.50. On the old Nooker. I just saw that these 100% plus were for half a year, but the winner trading futures in 2022, 263.3 net profit. Yeah, there you go. Not bad. Nay bad. So basically, if he started with 10 grand, he's made what, 35 grand, something like that, across the course of the year with starting with 10k.
Benelin gets to work on clearing your chest from just 15 minutes. Benelin, fluent in...
So ES has gone and ran that low. Come on, AQ. Play ball, mate. What's up with you? What's up with you? So I'm looking at 29. 29 is where I'm going to take a position off. Let's go, baby. Let's get some. Ah, posh. I just took one off there. Morning, Spoozy, mate. Good morning. Got a gaping void at 52. Back in a sec. Where's it going? So Ainsley, is this cafe better than Greg's? Does it beat Greg's? If it does, I'll pay a visit. I'll come pay a visit. Get me some haggis pie. 100% homemade. How do you know? How do you know Greg's isn't homemade? How do you know? Don't listen to the naysayers, Ains. Don't listen to it. You know Greg. All right. Is he another local down at Spoons? Testing out the competition. He's that guy in the Primark leather jacket, right? Morning, Jake. Morning, morning. I literally eat the same thing every day. That's why I've got autistic traits. Like my trading days, if I'm trading, my days have to be exactly the same. Otherwise, I feel weird. Two boiled eggs. I'll have a pickled onion as well. Random, I know. And then tuna mayo on rice crackers. Hello. Not quite a haggis pie, but it does the job. So I'm just waiting for news at 8:30. I took a little short off the high. Paid myself already. So I'm looking for NQ to go run this low. That's what I'm looking for. But we also have a divergence on the highs. So we've got divergences on the highs and lows at the moment, which makes it low probability. What I like to have is confluence on a high or a low and go and play the other. Fucking YM, Jesus. You're right, mate. So NQ's the only one at the moment which is showing any signs of strength. So on ES you've got this intermediate term high with this candle filling this hourly Sibi It's inside of a discount though of the hourly dealing range. So you just got to bear that in mind. It's either immense weakness or it's accumulating to move the market higher. So that's why I'm just waiting for news. NQ inside this breaker block with a divergence on the low. So my preference would be to see NQ to go and dive to take this low, as we've got ES that's taken this low where we already had a divergence. And YM is obviously clearly miles below that. Let's have a look at it. Oh mate, tuna mate, boss. Elite level lunch. Alright, 2 secs. You got news in a bit. Galton. Yaz is back since ICT quit streaming, alright? Feel free to go. Feel free to go lose some money if you want to go lose some money. Oh no, he didn't. Oh no, he didn't. Just realised I've run out of vape. I'm dying. Here comes Grouchy TradeX. run out of vape. I remember. That's random, Connor. I think you've changed your name more than anyone.
Whatever your coffee's saying, Benylin non-drowsy chesty cough gives the work of clearing your chest fast. Benylin fluent in. Why not try our herbal syrup? Used to relieve your chesty cough, Benylin herbal chesty cough is sugar-free, vegan-friendly, and made with 100% naturally derived IVF extract.
Yeah, red pill trading issue back in the day was level up. You remember that? Before it went mainstream. Level up trading. I still have that. I still have a iteration of that server on Discord. That I'm building Red Pill Uni 2.0 on. So if the screen is frozen on Discord, guys, it's because I'm on YouTube. So if you want to jump on YouTube, you're more than welcome. So the indices are absolutely all over the shop at the moment. Just gonna wait to see what they do with news. Ultimately, I want to see NQ drive this low out, but if it's going to do it on data, I'm not going to be involved in it. All right, nice, good stuff. So the kind of day where you just want to do your one and dones, right? Get green, get gone. If you want to see that face, get yourself on the old tube. So I'm not going to be trading data today. Kind of just want to see where price sets up in the New York session. Taking my trade this morning during London, traded search and destroy. You guys inside a red pill know the deal. You know the deal. So I took this short to take this sell side liquidity, that range there. Inside a Reaper fair value gap. So 8:26, 4 minutes to the news. Oh, wise trader. Wise trader. Honestly, respect ICT's work, but have enjoyed the quiet. The rant to value ratio had gotten off balance. Yeah, I hear you, bro. I think a lot of people felt that way, or feel that way. Still do feel that way. That's why it's kind of why I'm interested to see how this Robin's Cup plays out, because obviously the guy's like a little bit unbalanced upstairs. There's nothing wrong with that, but you know, ultimately that pressure cooker might screw him over, and he might just go absolute AWOL in week one. It's Robin's Cup. Be interesting to see. But for those of you who are just jumping on, I've sort of been reading into the rules of this Robin's Cup, and it's, for me, there's a lot of grey areas. Like, you can have as many accounts as you want. You can have as many accounts as you want. You don't just have to have one account. So you just register as many accounts with them as you want, and then they just take your highest net gain across all your accounts. So if you have 5 accounts and you blow 4, and then you've got one that's just Hail Married, all it's ever going to do is track the highest one. You know, so you could just absolutely ruin an account. 2 accounts, 3 accounts. You know, but your net is still showing the high, because they just take your highest net. And also, it's minimum 10,000 to start with. So you can start with 50, 100. You can start whatever you want. You know, so if you're trading the indices and you've got like a $10,000 account, it doesn't really get you much. And granted, it's all about net gains. If you start with a $10,000 account, you get 20k, that's 100%. If you have a 50k account, you get 100k, that's 100%. I get that. But, you know, your larger account, you have a better ability to scale out. And so I just don't think it's fair. So those are my 2 biggest issues with it. You can have as many accounts as you want, and they only track the highest. So, you know, ICT could essentially blow 4 accounts. And you know, it still just tracks the highest account. They could all do that. ICT, the Master 7 dude, whatever he trades, he could do the same. They could all do that. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on, just as a bystander. So anything can happen on this data. On this data, they can absolutely fly through this breaker block if they want, which is why I'm not holding anything going into it. But just to note that we do have that divergence on the low with NQ, and we've also got this divergence on the high with ES. The only thing I'd say about ES is that you've got this intermediate term high with this fill on this SIBE. but it's inside of a discount. There she goes.
Benelin gets to work on clearing your chest from just 15 minutes. Benelin, fluent in...
So ES has taken that high. So ES is now tagged that high, which is, if NQ wants to run the low, it can run the low now. So all the way back up to fair value of the hourly DR. Still nothing for me. So looking at the low of this order block, see how it's respected 70, 708.25. I love it, but
Benelin gets to work on clearing your chest from just 15 minutes. Benelin, fluent in...
you've got ES turtle suiting at the moment, so I just still expect NQ to stab higher. It's just this whole site number, it being a whole site number, but this is a Sibi fill 2 5-minute order block supporting it inside of a 15-minute order block, right? You know, so there's every chance it just dumps here, but I want it slightly higher. Yeah, we've got that divergence on the low still, right? Little fuckers. Two points below my entry. That dumped.
Creating your first video? You should start with the music. Go to artlist.io and get high quality music and sound effects for it.
So I'm currently looking at 809. So that's 62% of the hourly DR, 50% of the previous day's wick. I'll be looking first to see if it wants to get back to the hold tight number 97. And then below that the upper wick, so 75. It's an easy little trade. Just gonna imagine us to bounce around this whole site number, right? 17.7 whole site. It's usually choppy around whole site numbers. So my line in the sand for NQ is 23.50. If it goes through 23.50, I'll be moving to the sidelines, because if price is heavy, it's not going to go. It's not going to go through all of this. It's just going to go to the lower quad of this SIBI and reject. Oh, come on, move. Boobish.
Hey, mate.
So there's a little 1 minute rejection block at 98.50. So I'm taking my first partial. Just pay the trader. Good go, Squig.
This is what happens when your kids get to the Hello Fresh box before you do.
Hey, it's Amy Watson and Jimmy Harvey. We are on the Luxembourgish countryside with some friends, and this is our barbecue chicken house mix. Let's go.
Choppity chop chop. Hello, mate. Look, you're on camera. Whee! Looks like it wants that Sibby on the Audi. Dude. Let's have a look at so you got a double bottom on ES and a higher low, higher low on NQ. SMT on that low. It's the wrong kind of SMT for me. So for me, I'd want NQ turtle suiting the low for continuation or higher. Right? If ES double bottoms like that, I want to see NQ turtle suit the low. Right? NQ's not done that. So these are weak lows.
Posh.
Right, there's your first target. Make sure you pay yourself inside that rejection block. This could easily go up into this Owly Sibby here, right? But that's an indication of using, you know, the wrong kind of SMT in your favor. Okay, so if you go to ES and it's double bottoming and you're at a level where you're anticipating price to pull back and you get NQ putting in a higher low, this becomes a weak low, so you anticipate it to get ran. Ultimately, I'd like to see price get back down to the upper quad of this 5 minute BISI. But I'm open to it going all the way up to 23 here. So if you've not paid yourself, it's stupido. Tres stupido. What's up, Squig?
Already calling vendors. Grammarly makes all the difference in your professional success. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
Ah, posh.
Palm of your hand. Its blades comport perfectly to your head to ensure no nicks or cuts. All this in a smoothly shaven head in just 90 seconds. With the pivotal slow shape.
So if you got in at 09, got out at 97, there's little 10 handles, right? Little $200. There you go. Yeah, bosh. If you want to hold runners, you can hold runners, but I'm personally looking for price to get up to 23 now to get up into this hourly sibby. What's it? Anyone managed to capture any of that? Sketchy little trade. Just playing the bounce around 17.7. Tiny little scalp. I've closed my position now. Just closed it off there. So in terms of profiles, I'm looking for a Wednesday high of week, right? So I'm looking for Thursday continuation. So basically, I want to see it get up into this premium, into this SIBI to then reject. The SIBI to then reject. So 23. If it goes above that lower quad of this SIBI, I'll wait to see if we get anything on the close of it. But at the moment, 23.50 is what I'm looking at. Okay, so we're there now, right? So 2350. Make sure you pay yourself. I'm going to take one off at this order block just because of how close we are to news, and then just hold a runner. So 10.50, I'm taking one off.
When you get your next big idea, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get your team on board.
really calling vendors.
Grammarly makes all the difference in your professional success. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
Labour wants children born in Britain today to be part of the healthiest generation that ever lived, and that's why we're launching.
So you've got a little inverted fair value gap on the 15-second just inside here.
If you ask anybody that used to hang out back then versus people that hang out now, people back then would say that what I played now was different than what I play now. However, it really isn't different. What's actually different is
So 10 minutes to the open.
it's now because of that. The nature of the music itself.
Yeah, it's done on that high.
Music now is being dance music now is being made strictly for the dance floor.
So you got a little SMT on here with NQ. NQ's taking that high. So still holding it in a minute. Bullish. Fucking die, Yankee. Jesus. Ah, posh! There you go. So there's target one filled, right? Yeah, so I'm holding runners for the upper quad on this 5 minute. Which is 76. Anyone in this? Anyone take that trade with me? And body. It can run me here. I'm not too bothered though. I paid myself, right? So what's left is a runner. But for me, I'd like to see it run back into this 5 minute Bissy on the low. Hello, Squid.
This is what happens when your kids get.
Ever wondered what's inside the toothbrush? We did. We found outdated design, a lot of plastic, and not much else. That series, we believe, less is more. Thoughtfully redesigned from top to toe.
No, I'm in shorts, broski.
Built from recycled aluminium, feels good in your hands, and looks good in your bathroom. We got rid of gimmicks and pointless features, giving 40 plus
In off 23.50. Paid myself at 10. Just holding a runner to see if I can get down to the 75 upper quad on this 5 minute Bissy. So close to the open, I might get wicked out, but I'm not really too bothered. Already paid myself.
Hey, it's Jimmy Harvey and Emmy Watson. We are at the Demetrius Shipwreck, and this is a joyful, funky house mix. Enjoy.
Little 1 minute rejection block on this high. See if it holds. Two minutes to the open. Yeah. No. So that took my runner out. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to wait until after the open now. So looking at mid-morning. A little scalp there off the open, just the pre-open. So my next point of interest is a fill on this hourly Sibi. Little fuckers came for my stop. Posh! So if you're still holding, guys, well done. Yeet! Posh! You got turtle soup as well. Yeah, turtle soup, my runner. But there we go. 75 would be your target. Nice scout. Yeah. So there's my morning trade, guys. You've hit your juice. You've hit your terminus, right? 75. That was my trade. So there you go. If you took it, good shit. If you didn't, don't worry about it. Posh. That was the exact trade, right? That was our exact trade. In at 23.50, take it down to 75. Ah, bosh. Top tick, bottom tick. That's what we do. You could look at a return to OT on this leg to go and take out those lows. You know how I love an OTE. Not. But it's there. Lower quad of that Sibi. I'm not going to leave that on my chart. Hell no to OTEs. Please stop me. Oh, look at ES on a little rampaggio. A lucky D-mail, mate. It happens, bro. That's trading. Music, mate, you are something else. Do you like that? Just chopping around this whole site number, 17.7. If you missed the morning trade, just chill. Anyone on YouTube catch that? Get in that trade? Short. Talk through your very entry. Talk through your exit. In at 23.50, down to 75. Yeet. I want to see what happens if we fill this little 1 minute sibby. That's currently what I'm looking at. Just chopping around this whole site number. Karen. Hey. Crazy Karen. Everyone's got one in the neighborhood, right? Stop revving your engine so loud. I'm trying to sleep. So on the divergences, we've still got this divergence on NQ on this low. So my goal is to get NQ down to take this low. Right down. That's what I'm after. That's what I'm after. Hey? It's what I want. Currently looking for ES to get into this little bissy. So I've gone short on ES. On this high. Little break-even trade if it stops me out. Stops at break-even, basically. If it dips off this low, it's an institutional entry. I always get tongue twist on that. Institutional order flow entry drill, right? Which is hella bullish, but I'm not looking for that. So I want to see it dip deeper into this 15-minute bissy. So currently looking at 10.50 as the first partial. Keep going. Come on, ES. Don't be a little dweeb. Don't be a little dweeb, ES. Get some. Get some. Posh! Thank you very much, yes. Thank you very much, mate. So our 15-minute protected low is all the way down here, right? The low which put in the high. So in terms of where we currently are, we're in a premium, right, of this range. You're still in a premium on the NQ. Okay. So I'm still looking for shorts until we at least get down into a discount, right? But ultimately we've still got that divergence on NQ on the low. So for me, I'm still bearish. Same on ES, right? Unless price is super bullish and it just does an institutional order flow entry drill, right, upper quad before distributing, it's not going to stay in a premium. So I'm looking for it to get down into this little 1 minute BISI on ES of the 15-minute dealing range, right? The 15-minute DR. But I've taken a partial here, right? So I've paid myself in case it does want to be an institutional order flow entry drill and rip, right? But my context at the moment is that divergence on this low. And if we go to the hourly time frame, this low was taken on ES yesterday. On NQ still yet to take it, right? This low here. So for me, we're still bearish. Got up into a higher time frame premium, got into the lower quad of that SIBI, looking for continuation. Might just take it to fair value 875. Let's see what NQ's done on that low. So we're looking at 944, 946. Let's go to the 1 minute on NQ. What did I say? 44, 46. Okay, so you got a total suit on NQ and a double bottom on ES, which would usually mean run the high. In the right context, right? But for me, I still want lower prices. It's not at a place where I'd expect it to pivot, unless price is super bullish. Bosh! I'm just going to flatten the trade there because of that indication in price there, right? The double bottom on ES and the total suit on NQ. That's just got me out of that trade on ES. So basically a little 5-handle scout, 2 contracts on ES. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry, Ed. What are you talking about? Get it on YouTube. Paper trade. What are you talking about, bro? Uh, 15-set dealing range. Oh, sorry, Ed. I'm with you. You took it on a paper trade. You were following on YouTube. I'm with you, bro. You know you don't have to say got it on YouTube if you're on YouTube. I kind of get that, bro. But good stuff, mate. If you took that trade, well done. Did you get it all the way down to 75 as well? If you did, well played. Really well done. Good stuff. So that's why being able to read, candlesticks as they print is really, really important for managing a trade, for trade management, right? So we're at a level where it can be an institutional order flow entry drill on the 15-minute time frame, right? If price wants to be bullish. So if I am short, if we are down here, I'm looking at price to see how is it printing? Is it still supporting my bias of bearish price action? So whenever I see ES double bottom at a point of interest, okay, which is the upper quad of this 15-minute BISI, I'm immediately going to NQ. So NQ, right? What has NQ done for that exact range, right? So that minute, 944, 946. What did NQ do? 944, 46. 944, 46, turtle suit. Okay, so you always want NQ to do the turtle suiting in a bullish scenario. So this is what took me out of my trade as I had a position up here short. And I'm sort of 50-50 on that. I'm literally 50-50 at the moment with price. I'm literally just trading liquidity. That's all I'm doing at the moment. Right, so if I see this profile, I know that price is more likely to go and run the high. Double bottom, run the high with NQ turtle suit the low at a point of interest on the higher time frame. Get out of the trade, flatten the trade. So instead of taking 2 contracts, one for 5 and having the other one stopped out, just close them both at 5. Right, live to fight another day, find another trade opportunity. Even if this does go and decide to melt, I'm safe. I finally got LP on the 15-second. Jeez Louise. How long did you spend on the 10-second, mate? Inverted fair value at 79% on DR. What? Are you trading NQ there? Yes, sir. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. You actually had a breaker, a unicorn on the 15-second Galton. So this is why it's so important to look at your 15-second chart, right? It's exactly the same trade that we took yesterday, essentially. Well, I did anyway on the 15-second. So if you have this breaker, with a fair value gap, this is a unicorn, right? This is a unicorn entry on the 15-second chart. But on the 1 minute, it just looks like a what? This is where you're like, oh, okay, should I go for this inverted fair value gap? Well, if you're on here, you notice that this is a unicorn. This is where you'd want to scale in. It's exactly the same trade as I took yesterday. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Here. So this yesterday, this breaker block on the 15-second with this little BISI on the 15-second is a unicorn. So this is when I was entering yesterday, and I gave you guys all that shout, right? Get in, get it, unicorn, 15-second, right? So this is what I utilize on the 15-second to dial in my entries, because you can miss a lot of trades if you don't do that, right? It was this price action here. Right, sure, you had a return to 62%. Sure, you had mitigation of the range, right? So there's your 2 confluences, but what else do you have to know that it would stop here and not go to 79? You know what? How else could you? You know, just go down the rabbit hole. Go onto the 15-second chart, and you know you had a unicorn here. Okay, so this is where you'd want to be entering in. All right, same principle today. Same principle, right? What's in there that's going to give you confidence to take a trade short? You had a unicorn on the 15-second, right? So there you go. Double bottom on the low, run the high.
When you get your next big idea, say sparkly ketchup, Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get your team on board.
Do you see her email?
Already calling that.
Oh no.
There she goes.
Hiccup.
We need a squeezy bottle.
Let's have a look at the divergences. So
Dramatic approach. Your request will get a better response. Problem solved. Grammarly can make all the difference in your professional success. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
So I'm going to take a piece short here. So this is the place on NQ that we were talking about for a potential bounce, right? Little 1 minute SIBI at 75%. This is where you can look at your 5 minute dealing range. Okay, so that's price coming back down to a fair value. Still not even got down to a discount yet of that 15 minute dealing range. So that's why I was still bearish. Bearish until we get down into a discount. ES has still not done that. ES still hasn't got down to a discount. Okay, so this is a weak low. It's a low that's formed in a premium. So unless price is hella bullish, and that's an institutional order flow entry drill at 50% fair value of the hourly dealing range for continuation, I'd anticipate this to go and get ran with this being a weak low. If you're anticipating price not to be in a bullish profile, looking to drive out the highs. But you got to remember, the one that's got the divergence on the low is NQ, right? So you need to be mindful that ES doesn't necessarily need to come and run this low. You're looking for NQ to run this low, to catch up with ES on the low, right? So all I'm looking for ES to do is to get down into this little 1 minute BISI, and for NQ to go and run this low out. YM. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look. Let's see what YM's after. Yeah, so YM's now tagged the high. YM's now fulfilled the objective, right? So they're all in confluence on the high in terms of the high that they've taken, right? Which is essentially this high here. ES has just tagged that high. NQ's tagged the high. YM has tagged the high. So our divergence now is on the low. Let's have a look at this. Do we have any more news? How we doing? You paying yourself? You got your 5 handles? Thank you. Clear out all of this muck. Right, guys, that's going to be my morning session wrapped up. So I'm just going to wait to see where we are around London close. So I took my couple of trades this morning. Little scout, it's nothing major. But that's going to wrap up my morning. So I'll be back in a sec. You're welcome, Ainsley. You're welcome, mate.
Skull shaver, the power of a smooth, clean shave in the palm of your hand. Its blades conform perfectly to your head to ensure no nicks or cuts. All this in a smoothly shaven head in just 90 seconds. Be smooth with the Electro Skull Shaver.
Alright, so if it holds this breaker on NQ, let's go run out the low. I'm looking towards the 1050 macros. Next point, I'll be interested. Currently at 1020.
When you visit Fiverr Pro and discover pre-vetted, top freelance talent perfectly matched to your project, it makes you feel like a pro. Go to pro.fiverr.com and start collaborating with trusted, vetted freelancers who will help you grow your business, just like a pro.
Whether you're thinking of voting Labour for the first time, whether you always vote Labour, or whether you've no intention of voting Labour whatsoever.
You're right there, buddy. So for me, this is obviously an institutional order flow entry drill on the 15, right? So this is what I mean. It's like, you know, protect yourself and pay yourself. So I'm not going to do anything now unless we take out yesterday's previous day high. So I'll be looking at 49.40 is my next point of interest. Basically yesterday's target that we never reached. Yeah, so there's nothing for me until we get up here. I'll look for a short. I'm not gonna chase price here, so I'll just wait for us to get up there. See if we get a immediate rebalance here. 22.75.
Of course, it's going to be a fill on that hourly. Alright, let's go nip to the toilet, guys. I'll be back in a sec.
So patience is the name of the game right now. So I don't particularly want to be shorting this, but this institutional order flow entered due on the 15-minute and price keeps bouncing off fair value on the hourly, right? And we had an objective yesterday at 40, which is a standard deviation projection. So I don't want to be shorting this, even though I've got arguments to run this to a deeper discount. It's just not something I'm prepared to trade at the minute.
Batish, I don't trade Forex, bro. I have no interest in Forex. I purely trade commodities and indices. The divergences that I look for on the indices are NQ, ES, and YM. So blue chips, tech stock, industrial. And then obviously I'll look at Dixie, because if Dixie goes up, more times than not, the indices are going down. And when Dixie goes up, gold should go down as well. So that's they're the ones I use. I don't get into Forex. So back to discount and fair value on the 15-minute. So I know you got arguments here for this little turtle suit for an OTE to run the lows. I'm just not buying it at the moment. Already taken my trades this morning, so just sitting super patient. I also don't like this formation on the hourly. Never have, never will do when you have these like this. So the next hourly candle is either going to run up into that to then move lower, or it's going to blow through these candles. So entering right now, either way, is not for me. Just anticipating it to chop for the next 5 minutes. So 1 minute left on this candle. Posh! So I'm going to try a little long on a turtle suit here. Sketchy price action around this 17.7. Posh. Posh. So I took a little long off this low on a separate account on this little turtle suit that we had here. Just looking for a little turtle suit to run these highs. I'm still looking to take out these relative equal highs here, 14.25, but just anticipating BS. It's painting your classic retail bull flag, right? Which I don't particularly want to get involved with. So a little 30 handle scalp. Let's have a look. Yeah, this little turtle suit here. But the reason why I took it, Gaux, was basically mitigation 62 model. So right here you got mitigation. Okay, so if that's mitigated, price has no reason to go below that low. So you got a rejection block right here. So then you're looking for 62%. $62. So this is essentially my entry in here. So mitigation 62%. Just there, just a little scalp. I went short of the 15-second rejection block, but cut it at 10 handles based off ES running lows, but Enki didn't. But I didn't have the conviction to hold for 20. Bro, in conditions like this, mate, 10 handles is amazing, mate. What do you do? 15. What do you do? 15-second rejection block. What time was that? 1109. Ah, okay, up here. Yeah, I mean, just shorts for me is like hella risky. With the, you know, mitigation 62 with this on the highs. I've spoken about this numerous times. Whenever I see a formation like that on the hourly, it very, very rarely stays like that. And if it does, price will come up into this candle before rejecting. So this hourly candle had you know, it hadn't got back into, essentially this is a rejection block, right? So it hadn't got into that. We were like down here. So it just played in to run the highs. I took it off. I took it off light, but it is what it is. Just a little scalp. Yeah. Still a nice little trade, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Little scalp. So if you just take this range, and this is a 15-minute dealing range, right? If you literally just flick this, all we're doing is moving from a premium to a discount. That's all we're doing so far. All right, that's all we're doing. So if you jump down to a lower time frame, it's all that we're doing. So when it's like this, you just want to pick a side and go short in a discount or long in a premium. And if you want to hold runners, you hold runners to drive through the dealing range high, right? Depending on which direction you want to go. So it's exactly what I was doing this morning, right? 15-minute dealing range, moving from a premium to a discount, premium to a discount. Eventually it breaks out. Same thing that's happening here, right? Premium, discount, premium, discount, premium, discount. Eventually it's going to break out. My guess would be it breaks out the highs. I don't think we're done on the highs yet. That's bang on 79% on the premium side of that dealing range, right? So mitigation on the high, right? Fuck, Jesus Christ! I just took a massive ATM. I hate it. That shut me up. Do you ever do that where you change your quantity size and then you scroll with your mouse and you accidentally go to like 5 contracts or something? So if it's going to reject, it's going to reject here, right? If it's going to reject, it will reject here off this mitigation on this high. Okay, so that's bang on mitigation. So if it is going to go, it's going to go from here. Yeah. 20 contracts, what? What? Yeah, I literally just took 8 contracts short and didn't realise. 2 seconds, guys. If I didn't take 8 cons, I'd still be in this. Let's have a look. There's also that Gauss. Ugh. Guys, it's hard to make my daily goal today. This is a slog. Oh, fucking back. So I'm just gonna take a little short here. Stops above that mitigation. If it stops me out, it's like it's friggin' minuscule. Please do it. Please do. I'll be the first to support you. Yeah. So we're inside the premium of that dealing range, right? So last call for alcohol if you're looking for longs. It's got to crack this for me. It has to crack this, right? This is BPR inside this fair value gap. So all this is balanced price, right? So it has to crack through this. closing at break even. Just closed it there. ES turtle suit in the high. No, thank you. NQ's printing like ES today. So I've tried short again on that turtle suit on the rejection block, 50%. Tiny stop. Fill on this little 1 minute sibby. 50% of that wick. $11.30. Yeah, good stuff, guys. You're with me on this journey. Let's see how it goes. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get some! Don't do it. Don't do it. As soon as I say muelo pero, the thing will rip. Muelo pero! What is that range there? Yeah, good stuff, belly button, mate. It really is. If you're getting 10 points out of NQ, you know, you know it's a slow day. Yeah, I'm just happy it's not done it to me for a change. I'd have hit my daily goal now if that wick hadn't wicked me out on my runner. NQ, just do something, mate. I don't care if you go up or down, mate. Just do something. Just do anything. Wow. Just be your true self, bro. You don't have to try and be like ES. It's not cool. Just be yourself. Be free. Run. Spread those wings. Ah, posh! Right, there you go, locking in some P. Locking in some P. Oh, that's what you get. That's what you get for being a pussy. So it's got to get through this balance price. It has to get through that. If we get through that, we're in for a little bit of a carb city. A little bit of carb city, baby. What did ES do on this high? Diddly squat. What did NQ do? Diddly squat as well. Great. So we have, let's just go onto this chart. It's easier. I don't know why you guys did move it. Right into that balance price. Don't rip. Keep going. Keep going, baby. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. If you're like mitigating a loss, that completely makes sense. Completely makes sense. So this could be, it could quite easily be accumulation, manipulation, distribution here. Just gonna go run those highs. Take it easy, mate. Have a good one. Go and sleep off that haggis pie, mate. Took my runner. It's just going to clear out all this muck. I'll be very, very careful going short now. So for me, I'm just going to wait for the PM session. I'm going to look for ES to get up to 40. And then that's why I'll be looking to go short in the PM. But I'm not going to trade again unless we get up there today. That'll be me. Me done.
So that's basically the target that we had yesterday, right? If we can get up there, I'll take another trade. But if not, I'm done today. Didn't quite hit my daily goal today, but it is what it is. So BPR for the win. Come on, ES. Just rock it, mate. Anyone on YouTube, did you catch any of that? This little scalp short, out of interest. Sorry guys, kind of neglecting you lot. If anyone's on the old tubage. Okay, cool. You still long? I'm still here. Good stuff, mate. If you're still long, well done. So yeah, 40's my target, guys. If we get there, I'll be going short on ES. Looking to go short on ES up at 40. So until then, I ain't doing diddly. That's pretty standard, LP. Both making money, going opposite directions. Reverted back to default, mate. That's what's happened. Just reverted back to default. $695. Good stuff, man. Nice one. Inside that, this BPR. So you held your long beyond mine. So I got in here, got out there, and then flipped short. Went short here to there.
So you've now got a MIT block here. You'd want that to support price to continue. MIT block on NQ. It's 11:50 lunch going to lunch macro though, so we could go run this low. Yeah, it's not for me at the moment. Not for me. I mean, as you say, seek and destroy. I mean, it is classic seek and destroy. Alright, just liquidity just running from order block to order block. I'm not getting in again. I've ridden my luck enough today. So unless it can get up to 40, it can chop about.
Right, back in 2 secs.
deal with price alerts.
So yeah, for me it can crash all the way down here. Like I'm not getting involved unless we take the highs. If it goes, good for it, but I'm not getting involved. I get your point, Spoos, about Wednesday high of the week. Completely agree with you. Could absolutely do that, but I'm not going to be trading that. I want the probabilities in my favour. Someone with Parkinson's got hold of the joystick today, haven't they? Bomb, bomb, bomb. Be interesting if it just spools from here all the way up through lunch. Just that horrible stair step price action. I just feel like if you look at NQ in terms of the number on the high that's rejected, for me that's like, it's a little bit sus, right? Hold psych number 7750. You really think it's going to drop 200 points off that? I'm not so sure. So it's just not high probability for me at the moment, so I'm just going to stay out. This is a MIP block from earlier.
Everyone around here agrees working with Fiverr freelancers is terrific. And who came up with the idea for using Fiverr? Liam. And who hired Liam? It was me. Just to be clear.
Hire a top-rated freelancer on Fiverr.
Sick of the home selling bull? Here's something smarter. Sell your home for
So right into that little 5-minute rejection block.
goodbye, bull.
So this MIP block has to hold. So I'm interested to see if I can pick a long out of this MIP block around 12:30. Stop on the other side of the MIP. To go take out this high. Back pain when you sneeze. Can't say I do, mate. You need to go get yourself some acupuncture. Do you have an acupuncturist near you? Honestly, mate, like that stuff is. Whenever I have a trapped nerve, one session it sorts me out. You broke your back, Jesus. Yeah. I'm going to suggest that's not your sneezing. Were you trying to do a Jackass, dude? Is that what you were doing? You thought you would try and copy Jackass or some shit? Yeah. That sentence couldn't be more American. It was day 2 of summer camp. Back when I was at school, like you weren't allowed like leather footballs, like soccer essentially. You weren't allowed leather footballs in the playground because of potential for damage, like cracking windows and stuff. So you used to use a sponge soccer ball, and like UK constantly rains, so you just literally be hoofing around this like water balloon the whole day. Just sit in class stinking, soaking wet. That was my childhood. So this mid block has to hold. If it breaks, we're going to be seeing the lows. Alright, let's see. Let's see what you got, boy. Let's see what you got, boy. Yes, turtle suiting again. Not for me. That just clawed its way back in. No. Fair enough if you played that short. Fair play.
With Virgin Media's winter sale savings, pick up great deals in our lightning fast broadband. So why pay more when you can soar into 2024?
See if it holds on to that little 1 minute. Volume imbalance.
Visit virginmedia.com.
You have so much pain in you, so much rage, that you can't contain it. So, who's the monster? Marvel Studios Echo, all episodes now streaming on Disney Plus.
Posh! Just a little scalp off the mid block. Little 10 handles.
Picture this. You've just left home and moved to the city. And it's not quite going like you planned. Feel like I shouldn't have come here. Your sister says. You're surrounded by 8 million people. Just go out and find something. So, you do. And you match with Nathan.
Sorry, I just don't find that mission.
Then Isaac. Yeah. You match with Maya.
Yeah, I'd like to see the lunch liquidity get ran
And you talk until the sun comes up. You match with Oscar, who's
off this mitt.
you bump into Isaac again and bond over a shared
Ultimately, I don't think the highs are out of question still. So basically, I'm looking for this liquidity. This is my draw for the PM session.
now feels straightforward.
As long as this mitt block holds, this mitt block has to hold.
Big sister. You're surrounded by 8 million people. Just go out and find something. And you think, what if I hadn't? Tinder. And stop.
So ES got back down to that 1 minute Sibby we were talking about earlier on today when we were here for longs. So it's finally got back to it, using the lunch macro to go run the lunch liquidity. So you can see here we've gone from breaker to mid block. So let's switch the other one strongest. For me, I'd like to see this mid block retain to go take this high, but we do have that divergence on the low down here. That NQ could want to go and run. I'd agree with you, but this is a very obvious short up here. It's a really obvious short, right? At the whole site, 750. You could be right. You absolutely could be right. But this mid needs to break.
Everyone around here agrees working with Fiverr freelancers is terrific. And who came up with the idea for using Fiverr? Liam. And who hired Liam?
Still not broken.
Just to be clear.
Hire a top-rated freelancer on Fiverr.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're good for the lows, guys. If you're trading the lows. How many of you trade? How many of you trade live accounts with Ninja? Still holding on to this. Did it. I hope you get it, Emilio, mate. I hope you get it. As long as you paid yourself. So you got 1 minute left on this hourly. Good stuff. Alright, 2 seconds, just going to nip to the toilet.
There's your little pump.
With Virgin Media's winter sale savings, pick up great deals on our lightning fast broadband. So why pay more when you can soar into 2024? Act fast, act lightning fast. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
All right, let's run them. Let's run them. So I'll be mindful of this breaker on this high. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. So I'm in long, right? I was looking for a long out of this. So I'm looking at this breaker block, and then I'm going to hold runners to take out the high. Keeping an eye on ES. So basically, I want ES to get up to 40. If ES gets to 40, I'll look for a short on ES. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything with ES. Same with NQ. If it takes out this low here, I'm out.
work. Crunchy, that works. Puffy, that works too. Ooh, and tasty. Now that really works. And never fried. Hot works. They just work.
roses to Grandad. Share a Cadbury photo to be part of our celebrations.
So that's taken my position out there. So that's going to be it for me today, guys. I am done. All right, I'm not going to overtrade. Didn't get up to my terminus, so I'm going to call it there. So that's going to be my day today, guys. I'll do it all again tomorrow, right? So I'm just going to keep the small little green. I'm not in this short, and I'm not going to chase it now. So I'll come back tomorrow, see where we're at tomorrow, and go again. All right, so that's going to be me for today. I'll see you all tomorrow. So for those on YouTube, thanks for dropping in. I'll be back on Tuesday next week. So a tricky day to navigate. I hope you managed to get green. If you have got green, just keep it that way. So I will see you all tomorrow. All right, guys, take it easy. Have a good one. Vamos!